Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Otis-Bison Cougar broadcast. Today we are playing against the Cougars versus the Victorian Knights. The game will begin here shortly.
Wait, show me how to do it. What button on top? Wait, what? Wait, what knob? What knob? Wait. I have no idea. Okay, the one with the lock on it. So go forward with it. What? Go forward with it or backwards?
The tip-off will begin here shortly.
It's going like that. Click the button.
Ball is up, and looks like the Cougars receive the ball. Lander Blackburn bringing it over to the Cougar side, over to Hayden. Back to Lander. Lander's going to pass it over to Riley. Riley's figuring out what he's going to do, throw it to Lander. Lander is going to throw it over to Cooper, it looks like. Over to Hayden. Hayden is going to find his options, throw it back to Lander. Lander throws it over to Riley. Riley almost loses the ball, but recovers it, and over to Hayden. Hayden is trying to find his options, over to Riley. There seems to be a block. Red 12 was caught blocking. Hayden's going to pass the ball over to Lander. Lander over to Riley. Riley's going to throw it to Hayden. To the middle to Cooper there. Cooper going for 2 points, which is good. Looks like number 12 is going to bring the ball up the court. 2 is going to hand the ball to the inside to 21. 21 is going to go for 2 points, and it is good. Hayden now having the ball. He's going to throw it over to Riley. Riley's going in for a 3-point, which just barely misses. Ball's out of bounds and turned over to the Victorian Knights. Number 12 now having the ball, bring it up the court. 12 going in for 2 points, but misses. Riley Paulino having the ball. He's going to find his option, throw it over to Hayden. Hayden going in for a 3-point, but misses. Logan Meyer there with the rebound. Logan going in for 2 points, which is good. Looks like number 12 is going to throw the ball to 21. 21 going in for a 3-point, but misses. 20 there for the rebound. Puts it in the basket for 2 points for the Knights. Over to number 3, Riley. Riley's going to bring the ball down the court and hand it off to Hayden. Hayden's going to find his options. Over to Lander. Lander's going to throw it back over to Logan into the intersection to Cooper Maneth there. There's a call on the court. Riley Pauly is going to throw the ball in to Logan Meyer. Over to Lander now. Back over to Hayden. Hayden's going to throw the ball back to Lander. Lander going into the intersection, going for a 2-point, it looks like, and it is good for a Cougar 2-point. Number 21 having the ball, bringing it up the court. Trying to find his options. He's going to hand it off to number 1. 1 going into the intersection, over to 13 now. Over to 25. 25 going to throw it back over to 13. Over to 1. Riley Pauly now making his way back down the court, going in for a 2-point. But he is stopped by the Knights, and now number 21 has the ball. 21 trying to get around Riley, bringing it up the court. Over to number 1. Number 1 going in for a 3-point, but misses. Lander Blackburn there for the rebound. Hands it off to Riley. Riley bringing it back down the court. Trying to figure out what his option is. Over to Lander. Lander's going to bring the ball around the outside, over to Riley again. Over to Hayden. Back to Cooper. Cooper going for a 2-point, and it is good for a Cougar 2-point. Number 21 for the Knights now having the ball, bringing it up the court. He's going to figure out what his options are. He's going to go for a 2-point, but misses. It looks like number 25 there. 25 there for the saving the ball from going out of bounds. Number 20 for the Knights was caught pushing it, it looked like. Riley's going to hand the ball off to Hayden. Hayden's going to pass the ball back over to Riley. Riley going back up, going back down the court. Over to Hayden now. Over to Lander. Lander going in for a three-point but misses. 13 for the Knights. Rebounds the ball. He's going in. He was going in for a two-point, but there was a call on the court. Number 5, Ian Hazelhorst, was caught holding, it looked like. 21 for the Knights is going to throw the ball to number 15. There was holding on the court. White number 4, Cooper Maneth, was caught holding. Number 15 will have the opportunity for 2 points. Ball is up, and it is no good for the first point. He will have one more opportunity for another point. The ball is up. The ball is good for a Knight point. Riley Paulino having the ball, bringing it back down the court. He's going to figure out his options, hands it off to Hayden. Hayden's going to figure out what his options are now. He's going to throw it over to Lander Blackburn. To the intersection to Ian Hazelhorst. Ian going in for a 2-point but misses, but number 20 for the Knights rebounds the ball. Intended for 13, but bounces off his head. Now Riley has the ball. Over to Hayden. Hayden going in for a 3-point, which is good for a Cougars 3-point. Victoria Knights call a timeout. We will be back in 30 seconds. The Knights return to the court. As well do the Cougars. Both teams are ready for the next play. Now number 21 for the Knights has the ball, walking it up the court. Over to 20. 20 is going to throw the ball to, or not throw, but he's going to bring the ball over to number 25. 25 was caught traveling. Riley Polly will be throwing the ball off to Hayden. Hayden bringing the ball down the court. Over to Riley. Riley's going to bring the ball over to Lander. Over to Hayden again. Back to Lander. Lander trying to find his options, throwing it to Riley. Riley is going to bring the ball over to Hayden. Hayden's going to throw the ball to Cooper. Number 25 trying to steal it, but now the ball's with Lander. Lander throws the ball to Riley. Riley going in for a 2-point but misses. Just seems to be a call of some kind. Hayden will be throwing the ball in. The ball was intended for Logan Meyer, but it falls out of bounds when the Knights try to steal it. Ball will remain the Cougars. Ball is thrown into Logan Meyer. Over to Riley. Riley going in what looks like for a 2-point, but it throws it over to Lander. Lander throws it to Ian Hazelhorst into the intersection. Ian going for a 2-point, but it is no good. Number 15 rebounding the ball, handing it off to number 21. 21 throws it to 20. To the intersection to 13. That is good for a Knights 2 points. Riley Paulino having the ball, bringing it down the court. Riley's going to throw it over to Lander. over to Logan. Back over to Hayden now. Hayden's going to throw it back to Lander. Lander's trying to find his options, throwing it to Ian. Back out to Riley. Call on the court. Number 21 for the Knights now having the ball, bringing it up the court. He's going to throw it over to 20. Lander there for the steal. Hands it off to Cooper. Over to Riley, but number 25 is there to steal the ball. Now number 13 having the ball, hands it over to 20. Oh, back to 13, going in for a 3-point now, but misses. 15 there for the rebound, going in as well for a 2-point, but also misses. Lander Meyer now, Blackburn, throwing the ball to Riley. Probably going in to the intersection, going in for a 2-point, but misses. Logan Meyer there for the rebound. Hands it over to Cooper, back to Ian. Throwing it back to Cooper now, over to Riley. Riley trying to find his options. Riley's going to bring the ball to the intersection, throwing it over to Cooper. Cooper now finding his options. He's going to bring it to the intersection as well, going for a 2-point, but is no good. It looks like the call was against the Knights 13. Cooper Maneth will have one more opportunity for another point. The ball is up, and it is good for a Cougar point. Number 21 for the Knights now having the ball, bringing it up the court. Going to throw it over to, intended for 20, but Lander there for trying to steal it. Accidentally throws it out of bounds. Number 20 is going to throw the ball in to number 13. 13 going in for a 2-point, but Ian's there to stop the ball. But it looks like number 21 rebounds it and is good for a Knights 2-point. Riley Pauly trying to pass the ball off to someone, but is caught traveling. Looks like the ball was rolled into number 21, but Riley was caught pushing. Ball is thrown in over to the Knights side. That is the end of the first quarter. Be back in about a minute. Both teams return to the court. Knights will have the ball and pass it off to 12. 12 throws it to 55. 55 throws it to 10. 10 throws it back to over to number 12. 12 going in for a 3-point, but is no good. Cooper Maneth there with the rebound, making it good. Jake Cooper-Gardner now having the ball. Handing it off to Cooper. We are experiencing some problems with the camera equipment. Number 10 will pass the ball off to number 12. 12 walking the ball up the court. Over to number 11. 11 going in for a three-point, which is no good. Just barely missing. Oh, Jake Hoopengarten now having the ball. He's going to bring it down the court. Over to Cooper. Cooper now trying to find out his options. Going in for a two-point, but kind of overshoots. Number 12 now having the ball, running down the court. Number 10 now having it over to 11. 11 going in for a three-point, but is no good. Ball falls out of bounds. Logan hands the ball off to Jake. Jake's bringing the ball down the court. Over to Logan, or not Logan, Lander. Oh, back now to Logan, to the intersection to Easton Juno. Number 44, Red, was caught pushing, it looks like. Jake is going to throw the ball to Logan, over to Lander now. Lander finding his options, going to throw it to Easton Juno. Juno going for a two-point, but is no good. Number 10 for the Knights, handing the ball off to number 12. Bringing it up the court. 12 going to throw the ball all the way to number 11, back to 12. 12 trying to find his options. He's going to run it to the intersection. Lander there with the steal, bringing it down the court. Over to Cooper now. Cooper going in for a two-point, just swirls around the edge of the rim and but falls out of it. Number 10 there having the ball, hands it off to 55. 55 going in for a two-point, but just bounces on the rim and bounces off. Jake Hoopengarten now having the ball. Jake's trying to find his options. He's going to throw it over to Lander now. Looks like number 12 stole the ball out of Lander's hands and now bringing it up the court. Lander, or not Lander, number 12 has the ball now. Over to the inside to number 55, over to 10. 10 going in for a three-point, but it is good for a Knights three-point. Jake Hoopengarten now having the ball, bringing it down the court. Over to Lander, to the intersection, but no, intended for Easton, but number 10's there to steal it, or block it. Easton Juno now recovering the ball. Over to Jake, over to Logan now. Logan intending for going in for a two-point, but now he has the opportunity to get 2 points after a call on the court. Ball is up. First basket is no good. Ball is up, and it is good for a Cougar point. Number 10 will hand the ball off to number 12. 12 making his way up the court. 12 finding his options. He's going to throw it to, intended for 55, but Logan Myers there to steal it. 15 for the Knights steals the ball back. Hands it off to number 12. He's trying to find his options. Looks like he's going to hand the ball off to number 10. 10 going in for a two-point, which is good for a Knights two-point. Jake Hoopengarten now having the ball, bringing it down the court. Jake's trying to find his options. Looks like he's going to hand it off to Logan. Over to Lander now. Lander throws it to Ian. There's a call on the court. 55 was apparently caught pushing him on the court. Ian Hazelhorst will have an opportunity for a point or two. Ball is up, and it is good, or not good. Check that. Number 12 rebounds the ball, throws it to number 15. 15 throws it back out to number 12, over to number 10. 10 trying to find his options. There was a call on the court. The call was against White 11. Easton Juneau caught pushing. Ball is thrown in to number 11. 11 throws it to 12. 12 trying to find his options. Looks like he is going to hand the ball to number 10. 10 trying to find his options now, throwing it into the basket, which is good for a Knights 2-point. Shea Kubergardner now had the ball, bringing it down the court over to Easton. Easton now going to bring the ball over to Logan, but it's stolen by number 12 for the Knights. The Knights is going to hand off the ball to number 11. Almost going in the basket, but number 10's there to save the ball and put it in, which is good for a Knights 2-point. Shea Kubergardner having the ball again, bringing it down the court. Trying to find his options, is going to hand it off to Lander. Intended for Logan, but is stolen by the Knights. Number 10 now having it, bringing it up the court. Over to 20. 20 going in for a 3-point, which is just barely good, but it falls out of the rim. Red 12 was caught pushing. Looks like Easton Juneau will have the opportunity for a point or two. Ball is up, and it is no good. This needs to be a call, but the ball will be turned over to the Victoria Knights. Ball is thrown into number 10. 10 trying to find his options. He's going to bring the ball in and hand it off to number 25. 25 is going to throw the ball back to number 11. 11 trying to find his options. He's going to bring the ball to 25. 25, number 21, Logan Meyer gets the ball and hands it off to Jake. Jake trying to find his options, throwing it to Easton. Easton going in for a 2-point, but just bounces off the edge of the rim. Ball intended for number 10 for the Knights, but falls out of bounds. Looks like Jake Kupengartner will throw the ball to Easton. Easton is going to throw the ball back to Jake. Jake now finding his options. Going to throw the ball into Logan. Logan going in for a 2-point, but misses. Red 20 was caught holding. Logan Meyer will have the opportunity for a point or two. Ball is up, and it is good for a Cougar point. Ball is up, and it is no good for a Cougar point. Looks like number 11 for the Cougars, Easton Juneau, was caught pushing. Ball is thrown into number 11, or not 11, number 10. Looks like number 10 is going to bring the ball to the intersection, handing it back to number 15, over to 1. 1 going in intending for a 2-point, but Cooper Mana stops the ball. Over to Easton Juneau, back over to Jake now. Jake trying to find his options. Going to throw it over to Cooper. Looks like Cooper's going to throw it over to Easton. Easton throwing it over to Jake. Jake going in for a 3-point. It is no good. Number 10 for the Knights now bringing the ball down the court. Going in for a 2-point, which is good. Looks like Jake is going to be bringing the ball back down the court. Over to Easton. Easton trying to find his options. Throwing it over to Cooper. Cooper going in, intending to go for a 2-point, but is stopped. Cooper looking like he will have the opportunity to get a point or two. The ball is up, and it is no good for a Cougar point. The ball is up, and it is good for a Cougar point. Number 10 for the Knights will bring the ball up the court, over to number 1. Number 1 trying to find his options, throwing it to number 20. 20 going in for a 2-point, which is good. White 5 was caught pushing, which is Ian Hazelhorse. The ball is up. It is good for a Knights point. Cooper Manis will be throwing the ball into Jake. Jake's trying to find his options. He's going to throw the ball to Easton. Easton bringing it in, going for a 2-point it looks like, but is no good. Number 25 rebounds the ball. But number 25 for the Knights was caught traveling. Number 1, Jake, will be throwing the ball into Cooper. Cooper finding his options, going to throw it over to Easton. Easton going in, going to throw it over to Jake, going in for a 3-point now. Just swirls around the edge of the rim. And it is no good. It is no good. We will be back in about 8 minutes or so. Welcome back to the Otis-Bison Victoria Knight game for the JV. This will be the second half. Looks like the Cougars will be starting with the ball this time. Riley Polly now receiving the ball. Trying to bring it up the court. Throws it over to Jake. Jake's going to throw it, find his options. Looks like there was a call against Red 11. Jake Hoopengarner will be throwing the ball, will try to find his options. Seems to be a call on the court though. Over to Cooper now. Over to Riley. Riley trying to find his options, handing it over to Jake. Back to Riley to the intersection to Cooper. Number 10 for the Knights, stealing the ball, bringing it down the court. 10 trying to find his options, trying to shake Riley, throwing it over to 21. 21 now going to bring the ball to the intersection, but throws it back to number 11. 11 throws it to 21. 21 tries to go for a 2-point, but fails. And looks like Logan Meyer trying to save the ball, but accidentally throws it out of bounds. Ball will remain the Knights. 21 will be throwing the ball in. Ball is thrown into number 13. 13 going in for a 2-point and makes it good. Looks like number 30, Riley Polly, will be bringing the ball down the court. Trying to find his options. Going to throw it over to Lander. Lander throws it over to Jake. Jake is going to throw it over to Riley. Riley trying to find his options. Going to go in for a 2-point, it looks like, but changes his mind and throws it over to Lander. Back to Riley. Going in for a 3-point, it looks like, and is no good. Looks like there was a call on the court. Looks like the call was against Red 13. Logan will have the opportunity to get a point or two. Ball is up and it goes into the basket. Good for a Cougar point. Logan has one more opportunity for another point. Ball is up and it is no good for the basket. Number 21 for the Knights now having the ball, bringing it down the court. Trying to find his options. Going over to 11. 11 going in for a 3-point, but is no good, but is rebounded by Riley Polly. Riley going to bring the ball back up the court. Looks like Jake Hoopengarner now having the ball, trying to find his options. Going to bring the ball into the intersection, going in for a 2-point, which is good for a Cougars 2-point. Number 21 for the Knights now having the ball, bringing it back down the court. Looks like 21 is going to find his options, throwing it over to number 10. 10 going into the intersection, trying to go for a 2-point, but is no good. He rebounds the ball and is stopped by Logan Meyer and Lander Blackburn. White 13 was caught, or Lander Blackburn was caught hitting number 10's arm. Ball went up and it was not good for a Knights point. Number 10 will have one more opportunity for another point. Ball is up and it is no good. Ball is thrown back into Jake, back to Riley. Or not Riley, that is Logan. Check that, I was right the first time, but now it's over to Jake. Jake going in for a 3-point. It is no good, and it looks like number 10 will be rebounding the ball. Ball falls out of bounds against the Knights. Ball will be turned over to the Cougars. Number 3, Riley Polly, will be bringing the ball back down the court. Over to Jake, back to Lander. Lander throws it back over to Ian. Ian throws it back to Jake. Jake trying to find his options. Back to Riley. Riley going to go into the intersection, going for a 2-point, but a stop by number 21. There's a call against Riley. Ball is turned over to the Knights. Number 21 bringing it back down the court. Going to throw it over to number 10. 10 throws it to 15, over to 13 now. 13 going for a 2-point, which is good for a Victoria 2-point. Jake Hoopengarner bringing the ball back up the court. Ball is thrown to Lander. Over to Logan now. Oh, back to Jake. Jake going in for a 2-point, it looks like. Back over to Ian now, actually. Ian was caught traveling. Number 10 throws the ball to 21. 21's going to find his options once he gets to his side. Going to throw it over to 20. 20 is going to throw the ball to number 10. 10 going in for a 2-point. It is no good. Just bounces off the edge of the rim. Now Jake having the ball, bringing it back up the court. Trying to find his options. Going to throw it over to Riley. Riley's going to throw the ball. Intending to go for a 2-point, but it is no good. Number 21 Red, number 21 Knights was caught pushing, it looked like, on the court. Jake will be throwing the ball in to Lander Blackburn. Lander is trying to find his options, throwing it over to Cooper. Cooper throwing it to the intersection to Logan, over to Ian, but intended for Ian Hazelhorst, but misses. Jake Hoopengarner will be passing the ball to Ian, over to Lander now, back to Jake. Jake will be throwing the ball back to Lander. Lander is going to throw it over to Cooper Maneth now. Over to intended for Logan, but a ball slips out of his hands and falls out of bounds. Ball will be turned over to the Knights. Looks like the Knights will be calling a full timeout. We will be back in about a minute. Cougars and the Knights return to the field, to the court, not the field. Number 13 will be throwing the ball to number 21. 21 will be running the ball back down the court. Over to 10. 10 throws it to, going for a 3-point, but is no good. Lander Blackburn rebounding the ball, bringing it back up the court, over to Jake. Jake throws it to Ian, and it goes into the basket. Good for a Cougars 2-point. Number 21 will be bringing the ball back down the court. Over to 20. 20 will be throwing the ball to number 13. Going in for a 2-point, but is no good. Looks like Lander Blackburn will be rebounding the ball, making it and going to be bringing it back up the court. Lander's going to find his options, going in for a 3-point, but it's no good. But Logan Meyer there with trying to help put the ball back into the basket. Number 15, Red, was caught pushing, it looked like. Logan Meyer will have the opportunity to get a point or two. Ball is good for a Cougar point. Ball is up and it is good for another Cougar point. Number 12 will be bringing the ball back down the court. Over to 21 now. 21 will be throwing the ball off to, intended for 55. But the ball goes over his head and out of bounds. Jake Cooper-Gardner now having the ball. Bringing it back up the court. Going in for a 3-point, and it just barely falls out of the rim of the basket. But now number 21 for the Knights bringing the ball back down the court, over to 12. Over to 13 it looks like, and going in for a 2-point, but is no good. Number 21, Logan Meyer, rebounds the ball. Over to 21 now, back to Riley. Riley going in to Logan. Going in for a basket, but Cooper Maneth is there to rebound the ball. Riley saves the ball again. There seems to be a call on the court. Red 13 hit Logan Meyer on the arm. Logan will have the opportunity to get a point or two. Ball is up, and it is no good for a Cougar point. The ball is up. It is no good for a Cougar point. Looks like number 12 will run the ball back down the court. Trying to find his options, over to 20 now. 20 going in for a 3-point, but is no good. Logan Meyer there for the rebound. Over to Riley now. Riley bringing the ball over to Jake. Jake going in for a 3-point as well, and it is good for a Cougars 3-point. Looks like number 20, or not 20, 12 will be bringing the ball back down the court. Trying to find his options, now over to 20. There seems to be a call on the court. Looks like number 13, Lander Blackburn, was caught pushing on the court. Number 20 will have the opportunity to get a point or two. The ball is up, and it is good for a Knights point. Number 20 will have one more opportunity to get another point. Ball is up, and it is good for another Knights point. Number 1, Jay Cooper, going to bring the ball back up the court. Over to Lander now. Lander's going to be bringing the ball into the basket, trying to go for 2 points, but is no good. Now number 12 for the Knights having the ball, bringing it back down the court. Stolen by Riley. Riley now finding his options, going to be throwing it over to Jake. Jake's going to find his options, throwing it back to Riley. Riley's going to throw it to, intended for Logan, and Logan receives it. But it's stolen by number 10, and Riley knocks it out of his hands, and now Lander Blackburn having the ball. Lander going in for 2 points, but is no good. Now Cooper Maneth having the ball. Number 44 was caught holding on the court. Jake Hoopengunner will be throwing the ball over to Riley. Riley going in for a three-point, but it's no good. Logan Meyer trying to save the ball. So seems to be a call on the court. The ball is turned over to the Knights. Number 12 is trying to find his options, throwing it over to 21. Jake's going to be there to try to block him. 21 trying to find out what he's going to do. He's going to throw the ball to number 10. Number 10 was caught traveling. Ball is thrown into Riley. Riley bringing the ball back down the court. It looks like the ball was stolen, and now number 10 has it and put it in the basket, but is no good for a Cougar, it's for the Knights' point. Call on the court. Number 3, Riley Polly, was caught hitting on the court. Number 12 will have the opportunity to get a point or two. First ball is no good. Ball is up, and it is good for a Knights point. Ball is thrown to Jake, intended for Riley, but it misses by a few feet and falls out of bounds. Ball is handed to number 10 and thrown all the way, intending to go into the basket. But apparently number 10 was caught traveling. That is the end of the third quarter. The fourth quarter will begin shortly. The Knights return to the field, to the court, not the field. The Knights will be starting with the ball. The Cougars return to the court. Ball is thrown in to number 12. He's walking the ball to their side of the court. Over to number 13 now, over to 20. 20 going to throw it over to 15. 15 finding his options. He's going to, looks like intended for a 2-point, but now Hayden has the ball. Hayden's going to throw the ball to Lander. Lander going in for a 3-point, but is no good. Easton Juneau rebounding the ball. Back to Hayden. Oh, back over to Easton, to the inside to Logan Meyer. There was a call on the court. Ball is up. It is no good for a Cougar point.
Let's go, Logan.
Ball is up. It is no good for a Cougar point. Number 44 will be handing the ball off to number 12. 12 will be finding his options. Going to throw the ball to number 20. 20 is going to find his options now. He's going to throw it, for 12, but it's stolen by the Cougars. Now Lander having the ball. Throwing it to Hayden. Back over to Logan now. Looks like Logan will have an opportunity to get 2 points. It looks like number 15 for the Knights was caught pushing. Ball is up. It is good for a Cougars point. Ball is up. So the second point is no good for the Cougars. Number 12 now having the ball, bringing it back down the court. Trying to figure out what he's going to do. Throwing it over to 20 now, over to 25. 20 is going to throw the ball over to number 12. 12 is going to find his options, trying to go for a 2-point. Seems to be a call on the court. Number 15, Hayden, was caught colliding arms with number 12. Ball is up, and it is good for a Knights point. Number 12 will have one more opportunity to get another point. Ball is up, and it is good for a Knights point. Number 15, Hayden, will be throwing the ball to Lander. Back to Hayden. Hayden going to find his options. Going to throw it intended for Easton, but Easton wasn't there fast enough, and the ball falls out of bounds. 20 now having the ball, bringing it back down the court. 20 is going to be playing some fancy footwork against Easton, going in for a 2-point, but is no good. He rebounds the ball, intending for another 2-point, but now number 11 having it. There's a call on the court. Number 11, Easton Juno, hit number 20 on the arm. 20 will be throwing the ball to number 11. 11 is going to throw the ball back over to 20. 20 going for a 2-point. White Cougars. Number 11 for the Cougars, Easton Juno, was caught pushing. Number 20. Ball is up, and it's good for a Knights point. Number 20 will have one more opportunity for another point. Ball is up, and it is good for another Knights point. Number 15, Hayden, now having the ball, bringing it back up the court. Over to Easton, over to Logan now. Logan going in for 2 points, but is no good. Number 5 collided arms with number 21, Logan Meyer. Logan will have an opportunity to get a point or two. Ball is up. It is good for a Cougars point. Logan has one more opportunity for another point. Ball is up, and it is no good. Number 15 for the Knights rebounding the ball, handing it off to number 12. 12 trying to find his options. Looks like he's going to throw the ball to number 1. 1's going to throw the ball to number 20. 20 going in for 2 points, trying to go for 2 points, but is no good. Number 1 rebounding the ball, but the ball is now turned over to the Cougars. Number 15, Hayden, bringing the ball back up the court. Trying to find his options, throwing it over to Easton. Over to Ian now, back to Easton. Easton going over to Lander. Lander going in for 2 points, but is no good. Number 1 for the Knights rebounding the ball. Bringing it back down the court. Number 1 trying to find his options. Looks like he's going to try to go for 2 points, but is no good. But number 15 for the Knights rebounds it. Trying to go for 2 points as well, but Easton Juneau now rebounding the ball and bringing it back up the court over to Lander. Lander going in for 2 points, is just barely misses it. Number 12 for the Knights bringing it back down the court. He's going to be bringing the ball over to number 20. Ball goes into the basket, which is good for a Knights 2 point. Number 21, Logan Meyer, was caught blocking. That is the call. Ball is up, and it is good for a Knights point. Hayden now having the ball, bringing it back up the court. Trying to find his options. Throwing intended for Lander, but number 20 steals the ball. White 13, Lander Blackmer was caught pushing. Number 20 will have the opportunity to get a point or two. Ball is up, and it is good for a Knights point. Ball is up, and it is good for a Knights point. Number 15, Hayden will be bringing the ball back up the court. Going for 2 points, it just skims the rim and falls out of it. Number 12 now having the ball, bringing it back down the court. 12 is going to be finding his options, throwing it over to number 10. Or not number 10, number 20. Call on the court. Ball is turned over to the Cougars. Over to Lander. Back to Hayden. Hayden's going to find his options. He's going to check that. Looks like the Cougars will be calling a full timeout. We will be back in about a minute. Both teams return to the court. Number 11 will be throwing the ball to number 15, Hayden. Over to Easton now. Back over to Logan. Logan tries going in for a 2-point, but looks like number 15, Hayden, will be rebounding the ball over to Lander, going in for 3 points, but also misses. Looks like Logan hands it back to Lander. Over to Easton now. Trying to go for 2 points as well, but it's no good. Looks like number 15 rebounds the ball. Ball is turned over, will remain with the Knights. It looks like number 15 will have the opportunity to get a point or two. Ball is up. It is no good for a Knights point. Ball falls out of bounds against the Cougars. The ball will remain with the Knights. Ball is handed to number 12 over to 1. 1 trying to find his options over to number 12 again. 12 going in for 2 points, but it's no good. Number 4, Cooper Manith, rebounds the ball, hands it over to Lander. Over to Logan now. But the ball falls out of bounds, but the ball will remain with the Cougars. Ball is thrown in to Easton. Easton going in for 2 points, but is no good. Logan Meyer rebounding the ball back out to Lander, going in for 2 points as well, but it's no good. Logan rebounds it once more. Ball intended for Lander, but it's stolen by number 13 for the Knights. Handed off to number 12. 12 going to bring the ball back down the court. Trying to find his options. Hands the ball off to number 15. 15 hands it over to number 1. 1 going in for 3 points, but it's no good. Number 15 for the Cougars. Hayden trying to rebound the ball, but is pushed. Number 15, Hayden, will have the opportunity to get a point, or will have 2. Yeah. Hayden will have the opportunity to get 2 points. Ball is up, and it is good for a Cougars point. Logan Hayden will have the opportunity to get 1 more point. Ball went up, but it is no good. Looks like there was holding against the Cougars. The ball will turn over to the Knights. Ball is thrown into number 12, but number 11, Easton Juneau, accidentally knocks him over. Number 12 will have the opportunity to get 2 points, it looks like. Ball is up, and it is good for a Knights point. Ball is up again, and ball just bounces out of the rim. Ball looks like number 21, Logan Meyer, caught the ball but fell and was called for traveling. but the Victoria Knights will be calling a full timeout. We will be back in about a minute. The Knights and the Cougars return to the court.
I'm always ready. Maybe not always.
Number 20 will be throwing the ball in to number 12. Well, intended for number 12, but Landon Blackburn knocks the ball out of bounds. Ball is thrown into number 12 again. 12 trying to find his options. Over to 20. 20 going in for 2 points, but is no good. Ian Hazelhurst trying to rebound the ball, but Hayden ends up with it and bringing it back up the court. Hayden going to find his options. Over to Lander. Over to Logan now. Logan going in for 2 points, but is no good. Number 15 rebounds the ball and hands it off to number 12. Over to 20 now. 20 is going to find his options, throwing it to number 12 again. Over to 12 going for 3 points, but is no good. Hayden Morrison rebounding the ball. Bringing it back up the court over to Lander. Back to Cooper now. Cooper stumbles over his feet and that throws the ball out of bounds on accident. Number 13 will be throwing the ball to number 20. 20 is going to find his options. Looks like he's may be throwing the ball to number 12, possibly. 12's there as a distraction to get around Cooper, but now hands it off to number 12. Throwing it in to number 15. 15 going for 2 points, but is no good. But looks like number 25 rebounds the ball. Number 12 for the Knights will be throwing the ball in to number 20. 20 going to find his options. Hands it off to number 12. 12 is now going to find his options, and it looks like he may hand it over to 20. 20 is going to go to the intersection there, and he's going to go for 2 points, but misses, and 13 there to rebound it and puts it into the basket for good for a Knights 2 point. 15, Hayden Morrison now bring the ball back up the court. Over to Ian Hazelhorst going in for 2 points, but is no good. Ball falls out of bounds against the Cougars. Ball will be turned over to the Knights. Ball is thrown in to number 12. 12 going to bring the ball back down the court. Over to 20. 20 going to find his options. Going in for 2 points, but is no good. Hayden Morrison trying to rebound the ball. Ball will be turned over to the Cougars. Ball is thrown to Lander. They end up bringing the ball back down the court. Over to Hayden now. Over to Logan. Logan's going to try to put the ball in the basket for 2 points, but it's no good. Number 12 now bringing the ball back down the court. Over to 20. 20 going to be bringing the ball over to 12. Over to 20 again. 20 is going to find his options. Throwing it over to number 12. 12 looks like he's going to hold the ball. That is the end of the game. Your score for the Cougars is 28, Knights 42. The next game against the Knights high school girls versus the Knights, not the Knights, the Cougars high school girls will begin shortly. We will be back in about 15 minutes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Cougars Victoria Knights game. This is Aiden George speaking. For the Victoria girls, we have number 1, Caitlin Windholf. If you would all please rise for the singing of the national anthem.
Thank you, Aiden. And we will begin the starting lineup here in a second. First up for the Knights, you have Caitlin Windholm. Next up for the Cougars, you have number two, Zoe Schwint. Next up for the Victoria Knights, you have what number is that? Number 3, McKenna Wellbrock. Next up for the Cougars, you have number 13, Johanna Ballman. Next up for the Knights, you have number 12, Lindsay Scheck. Sorry if I said that wrong. Next up for the Cougars, you have number 14, Macy Wiltsey. Next up for the Knights, you have number 15, Melanie Husser. Next up for the Cougars, you also have number 15, Haley Morrison. Last up for the Knights, you have number 25, Kennedy Amir. Sorry if I said that wrong. Last up for the Cougars, you have number 24, Abigail Rodriguez. The game will begin here shortly. The Knights get ready for the tip-off. The Cougars also get ready for the tip-off. Ball is tipped off. It looks like the Cougars will be starting with the ball. Abby making her way down the court over to Haley. Haley is going to find her options. She looks like she's going to be throwing the ball over to Zoe. Zoe going in for a 2-point, but misses. Number 15 for the Knights rebounds the ball, bringing it up the court over to number 1. Number 1 throwing it into the basket, making it good for a Knights 2-point. Abby's going to make her way back down the court. find her options over to Johanna, to the center, over to Zoe. Zoe's going to try to go for 2 points, but misses, and now Abby has the ball. Trying to find her options over to Johanna. Johanna going in, trying to go for 2 points, but is stopped by number 1 for the Knights. Number 1 against number 1 Knights was caught holding. Looks like Johanna will be throwing the ball in to Zoe. Well, it looks like ball is turned over to the Knights. 15 making her way up the court over to number 1. Now to 12. 12 trying to find her options. Over to number 1 again. 1 going in for 2 points, trying to make 2 points, but misses. But number 25 rebounds the ball and puts it in the basket, making it good for a Knights 2-point. Number 24, Abby, making her way back down the court over to Johanna now. Johanna throws it over to Haley. Haley's gonna throw the ball to Abby. Over to Haley again. Haley gonna throw it over to Johanna. Johanna finding her options, trying to go for a 2-point, but is no good. Looks like number 15 for the Knights now has the ball and bringing it back up the court over to number 12. 12 going in for 3 points, but just barely misses. Looks like number 25 has the ball again, and she's going to put it into the basket. Good for a Knights 2-point. Looks like Abby's bringing the ball back down the court. Looks like, and she's going to try to find her options over to Haley. Haley's going to find hers now, and it looks like the ball falls out of bounds against the Cougars. Ball is now turned over to the Knights. Number 15 for the Knights is bringing the ball back up the court. Over to number 25, back to 15. 15 going in for a 3-point. Just barely misses, but Zoe Schwinn is there for the rebound. Over to Abby now, bringing it back down the court. Over to Haley. Haley trying to find her options. Zoe Schwinn saves the ball from going out of bounds. Over to Johanna. Johanna's going to throw the ball over to Abby. Back to Zoe. Over to Johanna again. Johanna going for the 3-point, but is no good. Number 3 rebounds the ball, handed off to 15. Over to number 1 now. 1 throws back to 15. Going in for a 2-point, but is no good. Rebounded by number 24, Abigail Rodriguez. Bringing it back down the court. She's going to throw it over to Johanna. Johanna is going to find her options. Throwing it back to Abby. Over to Haley. Haley's trying to find her. It looks like there was a call on the court. Knights number 1 collided arms with Haley. Haley has the opportunity to get a point or 2. Ball is up, and it is good for a Cougar point. Ball is up, and it is good for another Cougar point. Looks like number 15 will be bringing the ball back down, up the court. Over to number 3. 3 is going to throw it to the intersection over to number 15. 15 going in for a 2-point, but is no good. Number 24, Abby has the ball now, bringing it back down the court. All the way to Haley. Haley's going to throw it to the intersection again, over to Zoe. Zoe rebounds, saves the ball from going out of bounds. Johanna now having it. Over to Abby. Abby is going to try to find her way. Seems to be a call on the court. Red 25 was caught pushing. Ball is thrown to Abby. Abby's trying to figure out what she's going to do. Looks like she's going to throw it to Haley. Haley's going to throw it all the way to Johanna. Johanna's trying to go for a 2-point, which is good. Looks like number 15 for the Knights will be bringing the ball back down the court, or up the court, over to 12. 12 going in for a 3-point, but is no good. Number 3 for the Knights rebounds it over to number 10. 10 also trying to go for a 2-point, but is also not good. Ball falls out of bounds against the Knights, turned over to the Cougars. Abby will be running the ball back down the court. Over to Haley. Haley's going to throw it over to Johanna. Number 15 will steal the ball from her. Johanna trying to get the ball back, accidentally throws it out of bounds, and the ball was turned over to the Knights. Number 12 hands the ball back to number 15. She's making her way over and throws the ball to number 3. Over to 12. 12 going in for a 2-point, but is no good. Number 10 rebounds the ball. 10 is going to give the ball to number 15. 15 going in for a 2-point, but is no good. Now Abby has the ball, bringing it back down the court. She's going to throw it to Haley. Haley trying to go for a 2-point, but is also doesn't succeed. Now number 15 has it. Looks like the Knights will be calling a 30-second timeout. Both teams return to the court. Number 12 will be throwing the ball off to number 15. 15 will be making her way up the court over to number 3. 3 is going to throw it to number 15, over to 25. Back to 10. 10 trying to go for 2 points, but is no good. There is a call on the court. White 15, which is Haley, was caught pushing. Ball is up, and it is good for a Knights point. Ball is up, and it is good for another Knights point. Abby will be bringing the ball back down the court, over to intended for Johanna Ballman, but falls out of bounds. Ball is turned over to the Knights. Ball is thrown into number 12, back to 15. 15 is going to throw the ball to number 3. 3 is going in for a 3-point, but misses. The ball falls out of bounds. Turnover to the Cougars. Johanna throws the ball into Abby. Abby's going to make her way down the court. Over back to Johanna. Johanna's going to throw it over to Haley. Haley's going to find her options. Intending to go for a 2-point, but is no good. Call on the court. Looks like Knights 3 collided arms with Haley. Abby receiving the ball, but drops it and rolls out of bounds. Ball is thrown into number 15. She's making her way up the court, over to number 12. 12 is going to throw it to number 25. 25 is going to find her options. But it looks like Abby Rodriguez is there to steal the ball and bringing it back down the court, over to Haley. Haley's going to put the ball in the basket. Good for a Cougars 2-point. Looks like number 15 will pass the ball off to number 3, over to 12. 12 is going to be going in for a 3-point, but it's no good. Abby's there to rebound it and bring it back down the court. Looks like Abby's trying to find her options. Going to throw it over to Johanna. Johanna's going to try to find her options and just pass it off to Macy. Over to Haley now. Ball was intended for Zoe, but falls out of bounds. Ball will remain with the Cougars. Looks like Macy Wilson will be throwing the ball in to Abby. Back to Macy. Macy going in for a 3-point. Just barely misses. Looks like the Cougar, Haley, intending to rebound the ball, misses. Looks like number 15 for the Knights will bring the ball back up the court and try to go for 2 points. But she also misses. Johanna will be bringing the ball back down the court. Over to Haley. Haley's going to throw the ball to Zoe. Over to Abby. Abby intended the ball to Johanna, but the ball falls out of bounds. The ball will remain with the Cougars. Johanna will be throwing the ball in to Abigail. Abby's going to throw the ball, or not Abby, number 12 has the ball now, handed it off to number 15. She will make her way up the court. Over to 12, back to 15. Haley's there to steal the ball and going to try to put it in the basket. Ball is turned back over to the Cougars. Looks like the ball is thrown back over to Haley, trying to go for 2 points, but it's no good.
Let's go. Let's go, Haley.
Red 3 for the Knights was caught holding. Ball is up, and it is good for a Cougars point. Ball is up, and it is good for another Cougar point. Looks like number 15 will be making her way back up the court, over to number 3 now. Back to 15. 15 is going to throw it back to 3. Over to 15 once more. Trying to find her options. Trying to go for a 2-point, but is stopped by a small pack of Cougars. Now Abby throws it to Haley, going in for 2 points, but is no good. Haley will have the opportunity to get 2 points for her team. Ball is up, and it is no good for a Cougar point. Ball is up again, and the ball is good for a Cougar point. Number 15 will be running the ball back down the court, or up the court, over to number 10. But it looks like Abby now has the ball, bringing it back down the court. Going over to Haley. Haley trying to find her options. There seems to be seems that Zoe Schwint got her hands on the ball and was stopped by the Knights. Looks like number 12 will be throwing the ball in to, it looks like number 3. That is the end of the first quarter. Your score for the Cougars is 9, Knights 8. We will be back in about a minute. Both teams return to the court. Looks like the Cougars will be starting with the ball. Johanna throws the ball to Abby. Back to Johanna. Over to Zoe now. Back over to Haley. Haley's going to find her options and is going to throw it over to Abby. Over to, intended for Johanna, but number 15 for the Knights steals the ball and brings it back up the court. Over to, ball is stolen by number 14, Macy Wilsey, it looks like. Looks like the Cougars call a 30-second timeout. Both teams return to the court. Johanna throws the ball to Macy. Macy trying to find her options, hands it over to Johanna. Johanna is going to try to find out her options now. Is going to hand it over to Haley. Over to Macy, back over to Abby now. Over to Zoe Schwint. Zoe Schwint is going to try to go for 2 points, but is no good. But looks like Johanna recovers the ball and puts it in the basket. Good for 2 points. Number 1 for the Knights will pass the ball off to number 12, over to 25 now. 25 is trying to find her off, is trying to put the ball in the basket for 2 points, but is no good. Looks like Johanna will be passing the ball off to Haley. Haley was intending to throw the ball back to Johanna, but the ball almost went out of bounds, but saved by number 1 for the Knights. Ball looks like it will remain with the Knights. Check that. Looks like there was pushing against, I believe, number 15. Looks like Johanna will have the opportunity to get a point or two for her team. Ball is up, and it is good for a Cougar point. Johanna has one more opportunity to get another point for her team. Ball is up, and it is no good. Number 15 rebounds the ball, hands it off to number 1. Looks like 1 is going to try to find her options. Over to number 12, to 25 now, over to 10. 10's going to throw it intended for 12, but Abby is there to steal the ball. Looks like the ball is turned over to the Cougars, over to the Knights now. Number 15 will be running the ball back up the court, over to number 12. 12 is going to go for a 3-point, and it is no good. Looks like Zoe Schwint rebounds the ball and hands it off to Johanna. Now over to Abby, bringing it back down the court. Over to Johanna, back over to Haley now. Haley going in for a 3-point, but it is good for a Cougars 3-point. Number 15 for the Knights now having the ball, bringing it back down or up the court, over to number 1. Over to 15, back over to 12. 12 is going to hand it off to number 1 again. 1's going to go for a a 2-point. White 15, which is which is Haley, was caught pushing. Number 12 intends the ball to go to number 1, but as Haley is there to knock the ball out of bounds. Ball is thrown into number 15, over to 22, over to number 1 now. 25 now having the ball, throws it back to number 1. 1's going to throw it over to 12, over to 25, or not 25, over to 15. 15's going to intend to go for 2 points, but is no good. She will have the opportunity to get 2 points for her team. White 14, Macy Wilson was caught pushing, it looked like. Ball is up, and it is no good for the Knights. The ball is up, and the ball is no good for a Knights point. Looks like number 15 for the Knights rebounds the ball and attempts to go for another 2-point, but is for the ref's call, well, for a call on the court against the Cougars. Number 22 throws the ball to number 1, or not 22, but yeah. Number 15 now has the ball, throwing it to number 1. Over to 12, back to 15, to the center to 25. 25 trying to go for a 2-point. 25 for the Knights, accidentally knocking the ball out of bounds. It is turned over to the Cougars. Johanna will be throwing the ball in to Haley. Haley's going to bring the ball down the court, over to Zoe now. Zoe trying to save the ball from going out of bounds, but ever so slightly misses the ball, and now the ball is turned over to the Knights. 15 for the Knights will bring the ball back up the court, over to number 1. Number 1 will hand the ball over to 15. 15 going for a 3-point, but it's no good. Macy Wilson trying to save the ball, but accidentally lets it go out of bounds against the Cougars. Ball will remain with the Knights. Number 15 for the Knights will be throwing the ball in to number 12. 12 will throw the ball, looks like to number 22, over to number 1. 1's going to throw the ball to number 15. 15 is going to find her options. Looks like she may be going in for a 2-point. It is no good, and number 1 for the Knights rebounds the ball. Hands it off to number 15. 15 throws it back to number 12, going for a 3-point, but is also no good. Haley Morrison there to rebound it. Bringing it back down the court, hands it over to Macy, but she flies out of bounds, but throws the ball back in. Now number 1 for the Knights has the ball and bringing it back up the court. Over to number 22, over back to 15, over to number 1, going in for a 3-point, it looks like. It looks like Abby's there to rebound the ball. Now Johanna has it and is going to bring it back down the court. Johanna making her way back down. It looks like she is trying to find her options. Got to hand it off to Abby. Abby's going to throw it to Haley, who's in the center, going in for a 2-point, but misses. Johanna there with a rebound, making it good for a Cougars 2-point. Now number 15 throwing the ball off to number 1, back to 15, over to 1 again. The ball intended for 25, but Zoe Schwind is there to stop it and throwing it, giving it to Abby, and now to Zoe. Zoe going in for a 2-point, which is good for Cougars 2-point. Now number 1 for the Knights having the ball, bringing it back up the court. Looks like the Knights will be calling a full timeout. We will be back in about a minute. Cougars return to the court, getting ready. As well do the Knights. Both teams are ready on the court. Number 3 will throw the ball to number 1. Haley is there trying to get the ball, but pushes number 1 to the ground. Looks like number 3 will be throwing the ball to number 1 again. Over to number 3. Over to 22 now. Over to 1 once more. Number 1 trying to find her options. Over to number 10. Back to 1. 1 will be throwing it back to number 10. Going for a 3-point now, but misses. Looks like Macy's there for the rebound and hands it off to Abby, bringing it back down the court. Over to Johanna. Johanna trying to find her options, throwing it over to Leela. Over to Macy again. Macy's going to throw it over to Abby, going in for a 3-point, but misses. Hands it off to, she rebounds the ball, hands it over to Johanna. Johanna going in for, changes the mind for a 2-point, and hands it off to Macy, which is good for a 3-point. Looks like number 3 for the Knights will bring the ball up the court and hand it over to number 1. And then hands it off to number 22, over to 3, back over to 10, back to 1 again. Over to 1, actually. Going in for the 3-point, but is no good. Leela is there to rebound the ball. Going over to Johanna. Johanna making her way back down the court. Over to Abby. She's trying to find her options. Going to throw it over to Macy. Macy will be throwing the ball over to Abby. Abby's trying to find her options, throwing it over to Johanna. Johanna's going to go for a 2-point, which is no good. Looks like number 10 for the Knights rebounds the ball, hands it off to number 1. 1's making her way up the court, hands it off, throws it to number 3. Over to 1 again. Over to 10. 10's trying to find her options. Over to 1. Over to 10 or 3. Going for a 3-point, but no good. The ball falls out of bounds against the Knights. Check that, the ball will remain with the Knights. Number 10 will throw the ball in to number 1, over to 22. Over to 1 again. Over to 3. 3's trying to find her options, and looks like she's going to hand it off to number 10. Back over to 3. Abby is going to be there to try to steal the ball. And Abby is successful, it looks like. There's a call on the court. Looks like Abby will have the opportunity to get a point or 2 for her team. Ball is up. It is no good for a Cougar point. Number 1 for the Knights stealing the ball and bringing it back up the court, throwing it to number 12. Over to Johanna now, having the ball, bringing it back down the court. Over to Marissa Reaver now, going in for a 3-point, and it is good, but Marissa was caught traveling. Number 1 will throw the ball over to 15, back to number 1, making her way up the court. Over to number 10. 10's trying to find her options. Over to number 12. Over to number 1 again. Over to 12, back to 15. Going intended for 25, but Zoe Schwintz steals the ball and hands it over to Johanna. Johanna will be making her way back down the court, trying to find her options, throwing it over to Marissa. Marissa going to throw it over to Abby, back to Johanna. Johanna's going to try to find her options, and the ball almost falls out of bounds. But number 15 for the Knights saves the ball, but gives it back to Johanna. Johanna trying to go for a three-point, but is no good, and Zoe Schwinn trying to save the ball after she rebounds it. That is the end of the first half. We will be back in about 10 minutes for the second half of the game. Looks like the Victoria Knights are getting ready for the third quarter. As well do the Cougars. Both teams are ready for the third quarter. Macy throws the ball into Johanna. And it looks like the ball falls out of bounds. Slips from Johanna's hands. And, well, ball will remain the Cougars. Johanna throws the ball into Abby. Back to Johanna. Ball number 1 throws the ball into number 15, over to 12. 12 is going to throw the ball to number 10. Looks like 10 is trying to find her option. Is going to throw it to number 1. 1 is going to throw it to number 12. 12 is now going to throw it back to number 1. 1 trying to, or not 1, number 25 trying to find her options. Johanna getting the ball now, bringing it back up the court. Over to Macy. Macy's going to hand the ball off to Abby. Abby's going to throw the ball to Leela, but it slips out of her hand and falls out of bounds. Turnover to the Knights. Looks like number 1 will pass the ball to 12 and back to 1. 1 will make her way down the court. Throws the ball to number 10. 10 going in for a 3-point, but is no good. Number 15 there for the rebound and puts it in the basket, making it good for a Knights 2-point. Johanna now having the ball, throwing it over to Abby. Back to Johanna. Johanna's going to throw the ball over to Leela. Back to Macy. Looks like Macy's trying to find her options. Going to throw it over to Johanna. And she's going to go for a 2-point, but just barely misses. Leela now having the ball, trying to put it in the basket. Call on the court. Looks like Johanna will be throwing the ball in to Zoe Schwint. Johanna now having the ball again. She looks like she's trying to put the ball into the basket, but misses. Now number 1 for the Knights has the ball and is going to try to put it in the basket as well. Abby's going to bring the ball back up the court to their side. Intended for Johanna, but Johanna misses the ball and falls out of bounds. Looks like number 20, not 20, but number 12 will be throwing the ball to number 1. Back to 12, going for a 3-point. Just barely misses, and now number 25 rebounding the ball. Trying to put it in the basket. Number 10 now having the ball, throwing it to number 1, over to 12. Going in for a 2-point and makes it good for a Knights 2-point. Johanna making her way. We're going to throw the ball over to Macy. Looks like Macy's trying to find her options. Looks like she's going to throw the ball over to Abby. Abby's trying to find hers. Going to throw it over, intended for Johanna, but number 15 steals the ball. Is going to bring it up the court, or down the court. Call on the court. White 32, Leela was caught blocking. Looks like number 12 will be throwing the ball in to 15, over to number 1 now. 1's going to throw the ball to 10, over to 12. 12 is going to throw the ball to number 15. She's going to try to go for a 2-point, but is no good. She is stopped by Zoe Schwint and Haley Morrison. Looks like number number 14 for the Cougars. Macy was collided arms with number 15. Ball went up, and it didn't seem to be good for the Knights. Ball is up, and it is good for the Knights for a point. Abby now having the ball, bringing the ball up the court, trying to find her options, throwing it over to Macy. Macy's going to throw it over to Zoe. Zoe's going to put it in the basket. Good for a Cougar 2-point. Now number 1 making her way down the court. Throws it to number 12. And it looks like the ball went out of bounds. Looks like number 12 for the Knights will be throwing the ball back in to number 1, over to 15. Back to number 1, over to 10. 10's going to throw it over to 12, to the center to number 25. Bouncing it through the legs of the Cougars. They're throwing it over to number 1, back to 10. Over to 1 once more, over to 10, over to 12. Intended for 25, but Haley Morrison stealing the ball. She's going to throw the ball over to Abby, but looks like it's back over to Johanna now, making her way over to Haley. Haley going in for a 3-point, but misses. Number 1 for the Cougars, or not Cougars, the Knights, rebounds the ball and is bringing it back down the court. Looks like she's trying to find her options. Intended for number 10, and she saves the ball from Abby. Now over to number 12, over to 15. 15's going to try to go for 2 points, and it looks like number 25 rebounds it and puts it in the basket. Good for a Knights 2-point. Abby's trying to make her way down the court, or up the court, intending to throw the ball to Haley, but the ball falls out of bounds. But the ball will remain to the Cougars, it looks like. It looks like Johanna will be throwing the ball into Macy, going in for a 2-point, but is no good. Looks like number 12 for the Knights will rebound the ball, bringing it up down the court, trying to go for 2 points, but is no good. Haley now having the ball, bringing it back up the court, also going to put the ball into the basket, but it also fails. But Macy there with the rebound, putting the ball back into the basket, making it good for a Cougars 2-point. Ball intended for 25, but looks like the Cougars help knock it out of bounds. Looks like, but the ball will remain with the Cougars, not the Cougars, the Knights. Number 12 will be throwing the ball in over to number 25, over to number 1. 1 is going to throw it over to 10. It looks like 10 is going to throw it over to number 15. 15 is going to throw it to 12, going in for a 3-point, but is no good. Looks like 15 accidentally throws the ball out of bounds, trying to get it against the Cougars, but the ball will be turned over to the Cougars. Johanna's going to throw the ball to Haley. Haley's going to try to find an option to throw the ball to someone, but it looks like the ball falls out of bounds, but will remain with them. Johanna looks like she's going to throw the ball to Macy, over to Haley, going over to Zoe now. Zoe's going to put the ball in the basket, good for a Cougars 2-point. Now number 1 for the Knights having the ball, bringing it back down the court, over to number 10. 10's going to throw it over to 12. Over to number 1, gonna try to go for a 3-point there, but misses. Looks like number 15 tries to rebound the ball. Looks like there's a call on the court, but the ball will remain with the Cougars, not the Cougars, the Knights. Looks like the Knights are calling a 30-second timeout. Check that, it's a full timeout. We will be back in about a minute. Check that once more, and it's actually a half timeout. 30 seconds. Both teams return to the court. Looks like number 12 for the Knights will be throwing the ball in to number 1. Over to number 10. 10's going to throw it over to number intended for 12, but it looks like Haley is going to steal the ball, trying to put it in the basket. Looks like there's a call on the court. Red 12 pushed Haley. It looks like. Looks like Johanna will be throwing the ball in to Haley, going in for 2 points, which is good for Cougars' 2-point. Looks like number 1 will be making her way down the court over to number 10. 10's going to throw it over to 22 now. 22 trying to find her options, throwing it to 15 there. 15 going to try to throw it into the basket, trying to get 2 points, but it's no good. She rebounds the ball and tries to do it once more. There's a call on the court, though. White 14, Macy collided arms with number 15 for the Knights. Number 15 will have the opportunity to get a point or two for her team. Ball is up, and it is good for a Knights point. The ball is up, and it is no good for a Knights point. Macy Wilsey rebounding the ball, handing it off to Abby. She's making her way up the court, over to Haley now. Haley trying to put the ball in the basket, but it's no good. It looks like number 15 has the ball, going to throw it to number 1 for the Knights. Over to 15. 15's going to throw it back to 1, going in for a 3-point now, but misses. Oh, now 25 rebounding the ball. Intended for number 15 and puts it in the basket. Good for a Knights 2-point. Abby now having the ball, running it up the court. Over to Johanna. Johanna's going to throw the ball over to Haley. Haley's going to try to go for a 2-point, but throws it over to Abby instead. Haley trying to rebound it, but number 1 receives it instead, throwing it to 15. 15 is going to try to make her way into the basket. Puts the ball in, good for a Knights 2-point. Number 15, not 15, 24, Abby now making her way down the court. Over to Haley now. Haley's going to try to find her options. Over to Johanna, intended. But Johanna doesn't see the ball, but it rolls out of bounds. Turnover to the Knights. Looks like number 1 will be making her way down the court. Ball went to number 22. Looks like she's trying to find her options. Over to number 10 now. 10's going to throw the ball to number 1. Number 1's going to throw it over to 22. 22 over to number 1. Over to 15. 15 trying to find her options. Trying to go for 2 points, but misses. White 13, Johanna Ballman collided arms with number 15 for the Knights.
Shot up and no good.
The ball is no good for a Knights point. Ball is up, and it is good for a Knights point. Looks like Abby will throw the ball to Johanna, making her way up the court. Over to Haley now. Over to intended for Zoe, but almost falls out of bounds. Marissa Reaver saving the ball. Throwing it over to Johanna. Number 15, though, steals the ball from her. Trying to put the ball in the basket. Number 22 receiving the ball, trying to put it in the basket, but is no good. That is the end of the third quarter. Your score, Cougars, is 30, Knights 21. We believe your cheerleaders for tonight is Elena McVeigh, Ava Kenyon, Emily George, and Bailey Filer. We will be back in about 50 seconds. The Cougars return to the court, as well do the Knights. Looks like the Knights will be starting off the quarter with the ball. Ball is thrown in to number 1. She's going to make her way down the court over to 15. 15 throws the ball to number 25, but it saves it and throws it to number 22. Over to 10 now. Back to 22 going in for a 3-point, but it's no good. And looks like she tries, 25 tries to rebound the ball, but it's no good. Looks like number 2, Zoe Schwint, collided arms with 25. 25 has the opportunity to get 2 points for her team. First shot is no good. She has one more opportunity. Ball is up, and it is no good for a Knights point. Marissa throwing the ball over to Abby. Over to Johanna now. Johanna's going to throw the ball to Haley. Haley is going to throw the ball to Zoe, going for a 2-point, and Haley rebounds the ball after Zoe misses, but puts the ball in the basket. Good for a Cougars 2-point. Number 1 throwing the ball over to number 10 now for the Knights, over to 22. 22 is going to throw the ball to number 1. And now Abby Rodriguez has the ball, and it's going to bring the ball to the Cougars side. Looks like red 1 was caught shoving on the court. Looks like Abby now is bringing the ball up the court over to Johanna. Abby now having the ball. She's going to make her way and throw the ball over to Johanna. Looks like number 15 throws the ball instead to number 1. Abby now having the ball, bringing it back over to the Cougars side. Throwing it over to Johanna. Now over to Haley. There seems to be a call. Marissa throws the ball, and it is no good for the first shot. Marissa has one more opportunity for another point for her team. Ball is up, and it is no good for the second shot. Johanna rebounding the ball, though, and she's going to try to put the ball in for 3 points, and it is good for the Cougars. Looks like number 15 will make her way down the court over to number 22. She's going to throw the ball over to 25, going in for a 2-point, but it's no good. Ball is back out to Haley, making her way up the court over to her side. Looks like number 15, though, stole the ball from Haley and bringing it back down the court. Looks like Zoe Schwint was accidentally pulled number 15 to the ground. Number 10 will throw the ball into 25. Over to back to 15. 15 is going to throw the ball into the basket, but it misses. Johanna Ballman rebounding it, bringing it back up the court. Johanna's trying to find her options. Going to try to, number 15, trying to steal the ball from her. There's a call, and it looks like the ball will be turned over. Will remain with the Cougars. Looks like Johanna will be throwing the ball to Haley, and then Haley, it looks like Haley was caught traveling. Number 3 will throw the ball in to number 1, back to 3, over 25. 25 trying to go for a 2-point, but Zoe Schwinn stops her. Call on the court. Zoe Schwinn collided arms with 25. 25 has the opportunity to get 2 points for her team. Ball is up, and it is no good for a Knight point. The ball is up, and it is also not good. Ball is turned over to the Cougars. Johanna will be throwing the ball in to Haley. She will be bringing the ball up the court. Over to Macy now. Macy's trying to find her options. She looks like she may be throwing the ball over to Haley. Haley's going to throw the ball over to Johanna. Johanna's going to try to put the ball into the. Johanna gets the ball knocked out of her hands and rolls out of bounds, but the ball will remain with the Cougars. Looks like Macy has the ball, and it looks like the ball falls back out of bounds. Ball is still with the Cougars. Johanna will throw the ball to Haley. But it seems that there's a call. Red 12 was caught pushing on the court. Looks like the Cougars called a 30-second timeout. We will be back in about a minute, or not a minute, 30 seconds. The Knights return to the court. As well do the Cougars. Both teams are ready to play. Johanna will be throwing the ball in. Looks like it's going to be number 24, Abigail Rodriguez. Back to Johanna. Johanna's going to throw the ball back to Abby. Over to Haley now. Haley's going to intend to throw the ball to Johanna, but is stolen by number 12. She is going to make her way down the court, over to number 1, over to 15. 15 trying to find her options, trying to go for 2 points, and it is good for a Knights 2-point. Abby now making her way down the court, or up the court, and throws it over to Macy, back to Abby, over to Johanna. Look, Johanna's going to try to find her options. It looks like she is going to get the ball. So there's a call on the court, rather. Looks like 15 will be throwing the ball to number 1. Over to number 12. But it looks like Haley is there to steal the ball. Ball is knocked out of bounds, but will remain with the Cougars. There's a call on the court against red 12. Number 14, Macy will throw the ball to Johanna. Johanna will be throwing the ball, hand the ball off to Abby. Over to Leela now. Over to Johanna, not Johanna, over to Haley. Over to Johanna. Johanna's going to put the ball in the basket, but it misses. The ball will remain to the Cougars. Johanna's going to throw the ball over to Abby. Abby going to try to find her options. Intended for Johanna, but number 15 steals the ball and throws it to number 1. Over to 15 once more and puts it in the basket. Good for a Knights 2-point. Johanna's going to make her way back down the court, or up the court. And she's going to try to throw the ball to Leela, or not Leela, over to Haley, but it's no good. But there is a call on the court. Looks like Haley will have the opportunity to get 2 points for her team. Looks like red 10 collided arms with Haley. Haley puts the ball up and it is in the basket. Good for a Cougars point. Ball is up and it is no good for the second shot. Over to Abby now. Intended for Macy, but the ball slips out of her hands. The ball falls out of bounds. Number 15 throws the ball over to number 1. Number 1 going to throw the ball over to 10. 10's going to put the ball over to 3. 3's going to throw the ball back to 15. Over to number 1. She's going to put the ball in the basket for 3 points, which is good. Johanna now having the ball, going to throw it over to Macy. There seems to be a call on the court against the, I'm guessing, the Knights. Red 1 was caught holding against Johanna. Johanna puts the ball up, and it is no good for the point. But now number 15 for the Knights has the ball and is going to bring it down the court. And Haley steals the ball and brings it back up. Red 15 was caught blocking Haley. Ball is up, and it is good for the point. Ball is up, and it is good for the second point. Number 1 for the Knights will bring the ball back down to the court. Trying to put the ball in the basket, but she rebounds it again and hands it off to number 10. Hands it off to number 20, or not 25, number 15 now. 15, Haley Morrison steals the ball and is going to bring it back up the court. Haley is going to try to throw the ball over to Macy, but is stopped by the Knights. It falls out of bounds. Looks like the Knights call another full timeout. We will be back in about a minute. It looks like the Knights return to the court. As well do the Cougars. Number 13, Johanna, will be throwing the ball in. Seems to be a call on the court. Ball is turned over to the Knights. Number 15 now having the ball, walking it down, running it down the court, over to 12. 12 going in for 3 points, and it is good. Looks like Johanna now having the ball, throwing it over to Abby. Abby trying to throw the ball, or not throw, but bring the ball up the court. Looks like the Cougars also call a timeout for a full timeout. We will be back in about 60 seconds. Looks like the Cougars return to the court, as well do the Knights. Both teams are ready to play. Looks like Johanna will be throwing the ball into Abby. Abby's going to throw the ball back to Johanna. Johanna's trying to find her options. Looks like she's going to throw the ball to Haley. Haley trying to go in for 2 points, but slips and falls. But ball will remain with the Cougars, it looks like. Zoe will have the opportunity to get a point or two for her team. Ball is up. It is no good for the first point. Ball is up, and it is good for the second shot. Number 1 bringing the ball back down the court. Looks like Haley steals the ball, but the ball will remain with the Knights. Ball is up, and it is good for the shot. Looks like number 12 will have one more opportunity for another point. Ball is up, and it is no good for the second shot. Macy recovers the ball, and she is going to bring it back up the court. It looks like Macy, not Macy, but it looks like number 25 steals the ball from Macy, but she knocks Macy over, it looks like. The ball will remain to the Cougars. Abby will throw the ball to Johanna. Looks like the ball goes out of bounds, but it's against the Knights. And it will remain with the Cougars. Johanna's going to throw the ball to Macy, going in for 2 points. It is good, and it looks like Macy may have another opportunity to get one more point. Ball is up, and it is no good for the shot, for the point. Number 15 for the Knights will bring the ball back down the court, over to number 1. She's going to find her options and pass it over to 10, over to 12 now. 12's going to throw it over to 1, going in for 3 points, and it is no good. Looks like red 25 was caught pushing. Number 13, Johanna Ballman. Ball is up. It is good for the first shot. Ball is up, and the second shot is no good. Macy trying to recover the ball, accidentally knocks it out of bounds. Ball is turned over to the Knights. Number 1 throws the ball to number 22, back to number 1, over to number 22 once more. Looks like the Knights call another full timeout. We will be back in about a minute. Looks like the Cougars return to the court, as well do the Knights. Number 15 will throw the ball in to number 1. She's trying to find her options. Back over to 15. 15 now going to go for 3 points and makes the shot. Looks like Abby now has the ball. It's going to run it back up the court. Try to go and throw it to Zoe, but she is caught traveling. Looks like number 1 now has the ball and is going to give it to number 15. Going in for 3 points again, but misses. It looks like Johanna rebounds the ball and is going to bring it up the court. Throwing it over to Macy. Macy's now going to try to find her options. Over back to Johanna. Johanna's just going to hold the ball. looks like number 12 collided arms with Johanna. Johanna has the opportunity for 2 points for her team.
Left the line, Ballman shooting 2.
Ball is up, and it is good for the first shot. Ball is up, and it is good for the second shot. Looks like 15 will throw the ball to number 1. 1 trying to find her options, going in for 3 points. It is no good. Looks like a small pack of Cougars rebounds the ball. Looks like number 1 will be the one ending with the ball, and the ball will remain with the Knights. Number 12 will be throwing the ball in to number 22, or number 15. Going to hands it off to number 1, going in for 3 points, but is no good. The ball will remain the Knights. Number 1 going to throw the ball to number 22. She tries going in for 3 points with a clock already rang. Your final score is Cougars 44, Knights 37. In about 15 minutes, we will have the next game. The final game of the night, the Victorian High School Knights. The boys, I can't say it. The Knight boys versus the Cougar boys. The game will begin in about 15 minutes. Here, next up, you have the last game of the night. First up, you have number 3 for Victoria. This sounds very quiet. Number 3, we have, for Victoria, we have number 3, Seth Sherwin. Sorry if I said that wrong. First up for the Cougars, you have number 3. Number 3, Christian Roth. Next up for Victoria, you have number 4, Grant Schoenrock. Next up for the Cougars, you have number 3, Riley Pauley. Next up for Victoria, you have Landon Schmidberger. Next up for the Cougars, you have number 11, Easton Juneau. Next up for the Knights, you have number 22, Leo Schmindler. Sorry if I said that wrong as well. Next up for the Cougars, you have number 14, Peyton Butler. Last up for Victoria, you have Thaddeus Wohler. Last up for the Cougars, you have number 15, Hayden Morrison. The game will take way very shortly. Victoria is ready for the tip-off. Cougars get ready for the tip-off. The ball is up, and the ball is to the Cougars. Never mind, it's to the Knights. Number 5 making his way up the court. Over to number 23. 23 trying to find his option. Over to number 22. He's going for a three-point, but it's no good. Number 23 tries to save the ball, but chooses not to prevent any injury. Number 14, Peyton Butler, passes the ball to Riley. Back to Peyton. Now he's making his way down the court. Looks like Peyton's trying to find his options. Over to Hayden. Intended for Easton, but number 3 stops him. Now 23 has the ball. Looks like 23 is trying to find his options as well. Hands it off to number 4. Number 4 is going for 2 points, and it is good. Now you have Hayden throw the ball over to Riley. Riley's trying to find his options now. Riley's going to throw the ball over to Easton. Easton drops the ball. The ball rolls to number 23, and now 22 has the ball. Looks like Peyton Butler rebounds the ball and is going to walk the ball down the court. Looks like he's trying to assess his options. Looks like he's going to throw the ball to Easton, but looks like number 3 grabbed it instead. Looks like number 23 is now on his way up the court. Looks like the ball was handed off to number 5, and looks like Peyton Butler rebounds the ball after number 25. After number 5 missed. Now 22 for the Knights has the ball. Was trying to put the ball into the basket. Looks like Hayden was caught pushing. Number 23, I believe. Looks like number 5 throws the ball to number 22. Back over to 23 now. 23 going for 3 points, but misses. Looks like number 3 for the Knights rebounds the ball. Looks like number 3 and 5. Looks like 3 and Hayden were going at a little tussle, and true enough, looks like the Cougars got the ball. Looks like Peyton's going to hand the ball off to Riley. Riley's going to make his way down the court. He's going to throw the ball over to Hayden. Back to Riley. Riley going to the center and then back out to Hayden. Hayden trying to go for 3 points but misses. Now 22 for the Knights has the ball and hands it off to 23. Over to 5. Number 3 over to 4. Now to 5. Back to 4. 4 is going to try to go and throw it to 22. Looks like white 15. Hayden was caught blocking. Looks like number 5 is going to throw the ball to number 22. Back to 5. He's going to go for attempt for 2 points. But there seems to be a call on the court. White number 2, Christian Roth, was holding number 5's arms. Ball is up, and it is good for the point. Ball is up, and it is good for the second point. Peyton is now running the ball down the court, trying to assess what his options are. Over to Riley. Riley throws it back to Peyton. Peyton going for 3 points. It barely makes it, but the ball is no good. Ball is now the Knights. Number 23 has it, and he's going to bring it up the court. Over to 22, over to 4 now. 4 is going to throw it over to 3. 3 is going to throw it to 5, and 5 is going to attempt to go in for 2 points. It is no good, but he rebounds the ball and tries to put it back in. Peyton Butler rebounding the ball. And is going to bring it up or down the court. Ball intended for number 1, Jacob Garner, flies over his head. Seems to be a timeout. 30-second timeout. Both teams get ready on the court. Looks like the ball is still the Knights. Number 22 is going to pass the ball off to 23. 23 is going to make his way up the court. Over to 3 now. 3 is going to pass the ball off to 22. 22 is going to try to find his options. Riley steals the ball, though, and he's going to bring it back down the court. Ball thrown to Jake. Back to Riley. Riley going in for 3 points, but misses. 22 recovers the ball and is going to throw it over to 23. 23 puts it in the basket. Good for a Knights 2-point. Peyton Butler going to bring the ball back down the court, back over to Jake. Over to Peyton now. Peyton's going to throw it over to Riley. Riley's going to throw it back to Peyton. Peyton's going in for 3 points. The ball is not good. It almost makes it, though. Peyton Butler recovers the ball. Over to Jake now. Jake's going to throw it back over to Peyton. Peyton's going to make his way to the center. Try to go for 2 points, but also misses. And 5 throws the ball to 22 and puts it in the basket. Makes it good for a Knight 2-point. Riley Pauly now having the ball, throws it to Peyton, and puts it in the basket. Good for a Cougars 2-point. Looks like 23 is going to bring the ball up the court. Looks like he's going to try to put the ball over to 22 and put it in the basket. Ball is no good, and now Jake Hoopengartner has the ball, and he's going to bring it down the court. Ball is thrown over to Peyton, back over to Riley. Riley's going to attempt to throw it to Easton, but the ball falls out of his hands into the out-of-bounds zone. But the ball will remain to the Cougars. Ball is thrown to Jake, and Jake's going in for 3 points, but misses. It looks like Peyton Butler rebounds the ball and throws it over to Riley. Back to Peyton now. Peyton's going to throw it over to Christian Roth. Christian Roth was going to try to save the ball, but misses, and the ball falls out of bounds and turned over to the Knights. 23 now having the ball is going to bring it up the court. Now 22 has the ball, throws it over to number 4, but Peyton Butler steals the ball and is going to attempt to put the ball in the basket, but is no good. Christian Roth rebounding it, throwing it over to Riley. Riley's going to throw it over to Peyton again. Over to Jake, back to Riley. Back to Jake once more. Over to Riley. Riley's trying to find his options. He attempts to throw it to Christian Roth, but is stolen by number 3. Over to 23, over to 22 now. 22 is going to try to find his options. Over to number 4, I want to say. Now number 1, Jake Hoopengartner has the ball and is going to bring it down the court. Peyton now having the ball, throws it over to Riley. Ball attempts to go to Easton Juneau, but the ball falls out of bounds. Turnover to the Knights. Ball is tossed in, number 23. 23 making his way up the court. Ball is thrown to number 10. 10 putting it in the basket, which is good for Knights 2 point. Jake making his way down the court, over to Peyton. Back to Jake. Back over to Peyton once more, going in for 3 points. Hopefully, no good, bouncing off the top of the backboard. Looks like number 23 will be making his way up the court. Trying to find his options. Throwing it over to 21. Now over to 5. 5 is trying to make his way into the second, putting 2 points into the basket, making it good. Peyton Butler now having the ball on the Cougar side of the court. Throwing it over to Riley. Over to Peyton, over to Cooper now. Over to Jake, back to Peyton. Peyton's trying to find his options again. Going to throw it over to Jake. Jake's going to throw it back to Peyton. Throwing it to the center, over to Easton, over to Riley now. Riley going in for 3 points, but misses. Cooper trying to rebound the ball, but number 4 for the Knights passes it over to 23. Now he's making his way up the court. Now number 5 has the ball. He's going to try to put the ball into the basket. Ball is no good, but it looks like the ball will remain with the Knights. The ball is up, and it is good for a Knights point. Number 5 has one more chance. Ball is up, and it is no good for the second point. Easton Juneau rebounding the ball, passing it off to Jake. Jake making his way back down the court. Looks like he's going to throw the ball to Peyton. Peyton is trying to find his options. Back over to Jake, over to Riley. Riley passes it back to Jake, over to Peyton once more. To Easton now, back to Peyton. To Easton once again. Seems to be a call on the court. Red 4 collided arms with Easton Juneau. Easton has the opportunity to get a point or two for his team. Ball is up,
Check that a little later.
and it is no good. Easton Juneau has one more opportunity to get another point for his team. Ball is up, and it is good for the second point. Number 23 now having the ball is going to bring it down over to number 21. Peyton Butler now having the ball. That is the end of the first quarter. Your score is Cougars 3, Knights 13. We will be back in about a minute. Both teams returning to the court and are getting ready for the second quarter. Looks like Jake will be throwing the ball in. Ball in to Riley. Riley trying to find his option. He's going to pass the ball off to Peyton. Payton's going to try to figure out what his options are now. Looks like he's going to throw the ball to Riley. Back to Peyton. Peyton's going to throw the ball to Jake. Attempt to throw the ball to Jake, but number 5 steals it. Then runs it down the court and throws it down over to 23. Back to 5. Over to number 4, but he was caught traveling. Now number 14, Peyton Butler is going to pass the ball off to Jake. Back to Peyton. Number 23, though, steals the ball. Bringing it back up the court. Number 23 tries to put the ball in the basket, but now Peyton Butler having the ball, bringing it back down the court to the Cougar side. Hands it off to Jake. Jake now trying to figure out his options, throwing it over to Peyton. Looks like Peyton's going to pass it off to Jake. Jake going in for a three-pointer, but no good. 23 rebounding the ball, bringing it back to the Knights side. Back to 21, over to 23 once more. Looks like the ball is going to be handed off over to number 10. 10 trying to find his options. Going to throw it over to 21. 21 going to throw it over to 5. 5's going to throw it over to 10. 10's going to throw it over to 4 and try to go for a two-pointer, but it's no good. Now Peyton is going to run the ball back down the court to the Cougar side. He's going to throw the ball over to Easton. Easton going to put the ball in the basket, which is good. Number 23 for the Knights is going to bring the ball back up the court. Ball is thrown to number 21. 21 is going to throw the ball back to 14. 14 is going to throw the ball to number 5. Back to try to figure out his options. He's going to try to put the ball in the basket, which is good. Which is good for a Knights point and has the opportunity for one more point. Ball is up, and it is good. Looks like Jake's going to be running the ball down the court. Over to Easton, back over to Jake. Jake's going to try to find his options. Over to Riley now. Riley's going to attempt to throw it to Cooper, but it goes back to Jake. Looks like number 22 stopped the ball from going to Jake and throws it to 23 and puts it in the net, or the basket, which is good. Looks like the Cougars call a full timeout. We will be back in about 60 seconds. Looks like both teams return to the court. Are getting ready to play. Peyton's going to throw the ball to Riley. Back to Peyton. Back over to Riley. He's going to find his option. Throw it to Christian. Over to Jake. Jake going in for 3 points, it looks like, but is no good. Peyton Butler trying to get the ball, but it looks like number 23 gets it instead. Back over to the Knights side. Down 21, having the ball, throwing it to number 10, trying to go for 2 points, but is no good. Looks like Easton Juneau knocked the ball out of bounds to prevent the ball from going into the basket. Looks like number 22 is going to throw the ball to 23. Trying to find his options. Going to attempt to put the ball in the basket. But is no good. Looks like the ball falls out of bounds. Number 10 receives the ball. So the ball falls out of bounds again after it slips out of 22's hands. Number 22 receiving the ball, going to put the ball in the basket, which is good for a Knights 2-point. Peyton going to make his way down the court. Over to Jake, now over to Riley. Riley's going to find his options. Going to throw it to Christian, over to Easton, but the ball falls out of bounds after it slips out of Easton's hands. Number 22 making his way up the court. Over to 23 now. Over to 5. 5's trying to find his options. Over to 22. To 3 now. Number 3 puts the ball in the basket, which is good for a Knights 2-point. Number 3 is Riley Pauly is going to try to give the ball to Peyton, which he does. Peyton gives the ball to Christian. Now the ball is back over to the Knights side. Number 22 passes the ball to 23. It almost puts the ball in the basket. Ball is given to Peyton. Peyton's going to make his way back down to the Cougars side. Over to Jake. Jake's going to try to find his options. Over to Peyton now. Trying to go to Christian, but now 23 having the ball. Bringing it back up the court. 23 trying to find out what he's going to do. Throwing it to 10. Over to 3 now. 3 is going to try to find his. Throwing it to number 10 once more. Going to put the ball, attempt to put the ball in the basket, but number 3 rebounding it and then also trying. Call on the court. White 2 collided arms with number 3. White 2, Christian Roth. First shot missed. Number 3 has one more opportunity for another point. Get the ball shot, and it is no good for the second point. Riley Polly saves the ball from going out of bounds and hands it off to Peyton. Peyton's going to make his way back down the court. Over, he's going to try to pass the ball to, it looks like, not pass, but try to get the ball into the basket, but it changes his mind. Looks like the ball was kicked a little bit. The ball will remain with the Cougars. Peyton's going to pass the ball to Jake. Jake's going to pass it over to Easton. Over to Peyton back again. Peyton going to go try it for 3 points, but is no good. Number 22 trying to get the ball against the Cougars by hitting the ball in the Cooper's gut, and turns out to be successful. Ball is turned over to the Knights. Number 23 making his way up the court. Throws it to number 10. Over to intended for 3, but Easton Juno getting the ball. Pushing it out of bounds. Number 5 now having the ball. He's going to throw it, intending for number 4. But Peyton steals the ball and brings it over to the Cougar side. Over to Cooper now. Back to Peyton. Peyton's going to put the ball, attempt to put the ball in the basket. Looks like number 20, or not 20, but number 5 pushed the ball out of bounds. The ball is still the Cougars. Ball is thrown in to Riley. Riley's going to throw it back to Peyton. Over to Cooper in the center. Cooper's going to throw it back to Peyton. Peyton's going to throw it to Christian. Not Christian, over to Jake, going in for 3 points, which is good. Looks like number 23 is going to make his way back up the court. He's going to find his options. He's going to throw it over to 22, going in for a 3-pointer, but it's no good. Peyton throws the ball over to Jake. Jake trying to find his options. Over to Riley. Riley's going to bring the ball over to the 2-pointer. But it's no good. There's a call on the court. Ball is thrown in to number 5. Number 5 throws the ball to number 21. 21 going to try to put the ball in the basket in the net, but it's no good. Jake now having the ball, bringing it back to the Cougars side. Over to Peyton now, attempting to go to Easton, but number 3 knocks the ball out of bounds. The ball will remain with the Cougars. Looks like Peyton will be throwing the ball to number 1, Jake Hoopengartner. Over to Easton now, back to Jake. Over to 15, Hayden. Back to Peyton. Over to Easton now, trying to go for 2 points, but misses. Looks like number 5 rebounds the ball and is going to bring it back up the court. Looks like number 20, I believe 22 was caught traveling. Looks like Hayden's going to pass the ball off to Peyton. Peyton's going to try to find his options. Throws the ball to Jake. Jake going in for the three-pointer, and it is just barely misses. That is the end of the first half. Your score is Cougars 8, Knights 22. We will be back in about 10 minutes. Both teams get ready on the court and are getting ready for the second half. Ball is thrown in to number 22. 22 is going to make his way down the court and hand the ball off to 23. Over to 5 now. 5's going to find his options to pass it off to number 4. Looks like he's going to try to go for 2 points, but misses. And now Peyton Butler making his way back up the court. Going to try to find his options. Try to go for 2 points, but miss. Now number 23 having the ball, bringing it down the court. And now Peyton Butler is going to make his way back up the court. He's going to try to figure out what he's doing. Pass it off to Christian over to Easton Juno now. Easton Juno puts the ball in the basket, good for 2 points. Now 22 is bringing the ball back down the court and hands it off to 23. 23 is going to throw the ball to number 5, and now number 4 has it. Back to number 5, and he's going to attempt to put the ball in for 3 points, but it's no good. Christian Roth now having the ball, going to bring it over. And it looks like number 23 lost his shoe. And the Cougars well, looks like number 5 now has the ball. He's going to throw it to number 22. Now number 3 has the ball. He's going to try to figure out what he's going to do and passes it back to number 22. Ball is thrown to number 5. Back to 22. Over to 3 now. 3's going to try to go for a 2-pointer, but miss. Easton Juno rebounding the ball and throwing it over to Peyton. 23 steals the ball from Christian Roth, and now 22 is going to try to put the ball in for 3 points, but it's no good. So there seems to be a call played. Looks like Peyton Butler collided arms with number 3. Ball is up, and it's good for a night point. Number 3 is going to put the ball up and put it in the basket once more. Good for another night point. Riley Pauly bringing the ball back up the court. Riley's going to figure out what he's going to do with that fancy footwork and throw it over to Peyton. Over to Hayden now. Hayden's going to throw it back over to Riley. Riley's going to attempt to go for the 3 points, but is no good. Just hits the net Ball is thrown into number 23. He's going to walk the ball down the court. And now Riley's trying to steal the ball from him. And the ball is now handed over to 22. Christian Roth trying to steal the ball from number 5. Christian does that, and he attempts to put the ball in the basket. Hayden there to rebound it after Christian missed. Peyton now having it after Hayden missed again, and Hayden's trying to once more. Looks like number 23 had the ball, but I believe Christian tripped him and knocked him out of bounds with the ball. Ball remains with the Knights. There seems to be a 30-second timeout. Both teams return to the court and get ready to play. Number 5 throws the ball to number 22. 22 is going to find his options. Going to throw it over to number 3. And back to 22. 22 is going to now find his options once more and try to put the ball in the basket. It seems that number 11, Easton Juno, recovers the ball and hands it off to Riley. Looks like Riley's going to bring the ball up the court and hand it off to Peyton. Peyton's now going to find his options. Over to Riley, over to Hayden. Hayden's going to try to go in for a 3-point, but hits the edge. But hits the edge of the backboard. Looks like there's the call against red 10. Seems to be a punch of some kind, to my knowledge. But it looks like Riley's going to be holding the ball and going to throw it over to Peyton. Over to Christian. Now over to Easton Juno. Over to Hayden. He's going to try to go for a 2-point, but miss. And it looks like number 5 for the Knights is going to recover the ball and bring it back down the court. Over to number 10. Over to 22 now. 22 is going to try to go for a back 2 points, but miss. Now Hayden having the ball and going to bring it up the court. Over to number 3. Over to 14. And over to 14, Peyton Butler trying to go for a 3-point, but misses. And looks like number 10 rebounds the ball. And is going to hand the ball off to number 3. Over to number 5. Over to number 20. Or over to number 10. And 10 tries to shoot the ball, and he puts it in the basket. They're going to go for a Knights 2-point. Looks like Riley's going to make his way back up the court. Trying to figure out what his options are. He's going to pass the ball off to Peyton, but he got caught traveling. Looks like number 5 will be walking the ball down the court. And it seems that now number 21 passes the ball off to number 10. Now over to number 5. 5's going to pass it off to 3. Looks like number 3, Riley Pauley, was pushing on the court. It seems that number 5 receives the ball and tries to put the ball in the basket, but doesn't succeed, but he has the opportunity to put. It seems that he has the opportunity to get his points some teams. Get some teams. Can't say it. Get his team some points. That's what I'm trying to say. It seems that both his points are good, and now he is up. Now their team is up by 2. Jake Hoopengardner having the ball, passing it off to Riley. Back to Jake. Back to Riley once more. Back to Jake. Over to Peyton. Looks like Peyton's going to put the ball in the basket, but missed ever so slightly. Looks like Logan tried to put the ball as well, putting the ball in the basket as well, but looks like number 3, I believe, collided arms with Logan. Logan has the opportunity to put the a point or 2 into the team. The first shot was no good, it looked like. Logan has one more opportunity. It looks like number 5 will be running the ball down the court. 5 is going to hand the ball off to number 3, over to 21. 21's going to hand the ball, or put the ball in the basket, but is no good. There seems to be a call. Jake is going to throw the ball off to Hayden, back to Jake. Looks like Jake is trying to assess what his options are. He's going to throw the ball to Peyton, but it looks like there's a call against the Knights. Red 10 was caught pushing. Looks like Peyton's going to pass the ball off to Jake. Back over to Peyton. Over to the center to where Logan Meyer is. Easton Juneau saves the ball and throws it to Jake. Over to Peyton. Now to Hayden. Ball intended for Logan Meyer, but number 5 steals it. 22 for the Knights tries to put the ball in the basket. Now number 1, Jake has the ball and bringing it up the court. Pass it over to Peyton, back to Jake. Jake going in for 3 points, and it is good. Now number 22 for the Knights is bringing the ball back down the court. Over to number 10. 10's going to try to put the ball in the basket, which is no good, but number 3 helps and puts the ball in the basket. Now Jake has the ball, bringing it back up the court, and he is going to assess his options and throw it to Easton, back to Jake, back to Easton once again. Easton throws it to Hayden after Hayden tries to go for a 3-pointer, but it's no good, and now number 5 is running down the court, but it seems that the Knights call a timeout. A full timeout. We will be back in about 1 minute.
No full view.
Both teams return to the court. It seems that number 5 will be throwing the ball in to number 22, looks like. Ball is thrown in. Number 22 trying to assess his options, throws the ball to number 3, over to 5. 5's going to try to bring the ball into the center and throw it, gives it to number 3. Seems to be a call of some kind, and the ball will remain the Knights. Number 3 receiving the ball, throwing it to number 5. Looks like Hayden recovers the ball after it's been shot. Now Peyton having it. Over to Logan Meyer. Looks like number 10 stopped him and throws it to number 5, and 5's going to try to put the ball in the basket, which is good for a Knights 2-point. Peyton's going to run the ball back down up the court, throw it to Easton, over to Logan. Logan putting the ball in the basket, which is good. Number 22 running the ball down the court, trying to assess his options. Hands it off to number 10, over to 21, over to 5, back over to 21, over to 10, but he wasn't paying attention. But it seems that he still recovered the ball and throws it to 22, over to 3 now. 3 trying to go for a 2-point, but falls incomplete. That is the third quarter. We will be back in about 1 minute. We are back for the fourth quarter. Both teams are ready. Both teams are ready on the court. Peyton's going to throw the ball into Hayden. Back to Peyton. Over to Riley now. Back to Peyton once more. Over to Hayden. To the center to Easton. Over to Christian. Back to Hayden. Over to Riley. Over to Peyton. Over to Hayden. Back to Peyton. Over to Hayden. Back to Peyton once more. All the way to Christian. Christian's going to figure out what he's doing. Over to Peyton. Back to Peyton once more. Over to Hayden. Over to Riley now. Riley going in for a three-pointer, which is no good. And the ball falls out of bounds. Turnover to the Knights. Number 5 is going to walk the ball down the court. Trying to assess his options. Call on the court. White 14, Peyton Butler collides arms with number 5. Number 5 has the opportunity to get a point or two for his team. Ball is up, and it goes into the basket, which is good for a Knight point. Ball's up, and it goes into the basket, which is good for another Knight point. Riley Pauly now having the ball. Walking it up the court. Over to Peyton. Back over to Riley. Riley throws it over to Hayden. Hayden's going to throw it to Peyton. Peyton's going in for a three-pointer, which is no good. It just barely misses. Now number 22 is having the ball and bringing it back down the court and going to try to put it in the basket, which is no good. But Christian Roth now getting it, bringing it up the court, going to attempt to also put it in the basket, which is no good. It just swirls around the edge. Looks like number 5 will now be walking the ball down the court again. Over to number 21. 21 trying to figure out his options. Back to 5. Over. Check that. There seems to be a call on the court. White 2 collided arms with number 5. He will have the number 5 will have the opportunity to have 2 points added to the team. First ball is no good, it looks like. You'll have one more opportunity for a point. Ball is up, and it is good for a Knights point. Peyton's going to be bring the ball up the court, over to Riley, over to Christian, all the way over there to Hayden, but it slips off the tips of his fingers and falls out of bounds. Looks like number 5 will be bringing the ball down the court once more. Looks like Peyton will be bringing the ball back up the court and throws it to Hayden. Back to Peyton once again. And Logan Meyer trying to get the ball. Number 5 is going to be bringing it down again. And throws it to 22, trying to put the ball in the basket, which is no good. Over to 22 and over to 4. Looks like the ball is turned over to the Cougars. Ball is thrown into Hayden. Back to Peyton. Peyton's going to make his way up the court. Back to Hayden, back to Peyton. and over to Christian now. Back to Hayden. Over to Peyton. Peyton's going to throw it to Christian again, and over to Peyton. Back to Christian. Christian's going to throw it back, attempt to throw it to Peyton, but number 5 steals it and puts the ball in the basket, which is good for a Knights 2-point. Hayden now having the ball. He's going to attempt to throw it to Christian, but number 20 steals it and gives it to number 5 to put in the basket. The 2 points are no good. Number 15, Hayden, was collided arms with number 5. His first shot is good. He has one more opportunity for another point. Ball is up, and it is good for the second point. Number 1, Jake has the ball, and he's going to be bringing the ball up the court. Seems that the Cougars call a 30-second timeout. Both teams return to the court and are getting ready to play. Ball is thrown in to Hayden. Back over to Jake. Jake's going to throw the ball over to Christian. Over to Peyton. Over to Jake again. Over to Hayden. Over to Jake. Over to Christian. Christian's going to throw the ball over to Peyton. Peyton's going to go for the 3-point. Just barely misses, and now 22 for the Knights has the ball and is going to bring it down the court. Throws it to number 5. 5's going to try to go for a 2-point, but is no good, but hands it off to number 22 and puts it in the basket, which is good for 3 points. Now Peyton has the ball, bringing it up the court, throws it over to Jake, back to Peyton, over to Christian, going in for a 2-pointer, but it's no good. Number 22 having the ball again. Hands it off to number 5. Over to 22 again. Going in for 2 points, which is good. Now Peyton bring the ball back up the court. Over to Christian. Back to Peyton. Over to Hayden. Over to Christian. Back to Hayden. Over to Peyton. Over to Jake. Jake's going in for a 3-pointer, but barely misses again. And now it's back with Hayden with the rebound. Christian Roth now having the ball, throwing it, attempting to throw it to Logan, but it's stolen by number 22. Number 22 is going to bring the ball down the court over to 13, attempting to go for a three-pointer, but falls in, just barely incomplete. Hayden's going to throw the ball to Peyton. Peyton's going to go for 2 points, but misses. Christian rebounds and throws it out to Jake. Jake's going to try to go for a 3-pointer, but misses, and Peyton rebounds the ball. Call on the court. Red 13 collided arms with number 14, Peyton Butler. Peyton has the opportunity to get a point or 2 for his team. Ball is up, and it is no good for the Cougars. Peyton has one more chance for 1 point for his team. Ball is up. It is no good for the second point for their team. Ball remains with the Cougars, and Peyton has the ball and throws it to Easton. Easton's trying to go for 2 points, but the ball is turned over to the it seems to be turned over. Yeah, I can't even say it. It seems that Peyton and number 21 both tripped on the court. Seems that number 21 has an opportunity to get a point or two for his team. Ball is up. It's good for the Knights. He has one more opportunity for another point for his team. Ball is up and it is good. Riley Pauly now having the ball, bringing it up the court. And he's going to throw it over to Christian. Back to Riley. Riley going to go for 3 points. Just barely misses. But Christian Roth with the rebound and throwing it to Jake. So he can go for the 3 points, but also miss. But now number 12 for the Knights brings it back down the court over to number 20. 20 going in for 2 points, but misses. Now Jake Hoopergarner having the ball, bringing it back up the court. Trying to figure out what he's going to do. Passes it to Riley. Riley's going to try to put the ball in the net, and it is good for the Cougars' 2 point. Looks like number 4 or number 1 is just trying to wait out the clock now. That ball is passed to number 12, and that is the game. Your score is Cougars 20, Knights 50. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in for tonight's game. I'm your commentator, Chase Mitchell, and your camera runner is Aiden George. Thank you and good night.